Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well today. Let's see if I can move my camera right up there. Uh, my goal today. Oh, I don't have chat. Oh, 1 second. Let me get chat. I'll be right back. Uh, 1 second. All right, take two. Let's see. Yes, do please like the stream. Let's see. We've got Tom, Martin, Paulfly, Jim, Casey, Emma, Tris. I'm very fond of him. Nell, uh, ELSF, Ron, Jim. Apologies if I missed anyone. Uh, my aspiration today is to try to set a puzzle. I have an idea. I'm willing to abandon it completely if it doesn't work, but I think it should. But basically, the idea is this. Uh, I kind of enjoy U-Bahn puzzles, uh, and I'd like to sort of explore things that are in that vague space, but without the U-Bahn part. And by the U-Bahn part, if you've not seen these, they're sort of like puzzles where you build a kind of a loop in the grid, but there's a bunch of junk outside the grid that sort of tells you how to go about building that loop. And that takes up a lot of space. And so if I want to do like anything sort of interesting with that, then sort of it ends up committing an awful lot of this. So what I'm aspiring to do here is to try and make something where we make a loop network, uh, but where the loop network is clued entirely from within. Uh, and so I have taken basically the idea of Pentopia clues here. So Pentopia clues uh, are uh, are clues that basically tell you what direction the closest something is. And so in regular Pentopia, it's just a shading genre. So there's shaded puzzles and unshaded, or sorry, there's shaded cells and unshaded cells. And so if the arrow looks like this, it's saying, hey, the closest shaded cells are in this direction and this direction, and they're equidistant, and it's not in that direction. That is what that would mean. Here I have to be slightly more specific because there are actually 5 kinds of things you can put in a loop network. So let me try and draw the kinds of things you can put in a loop network, just to show you. So you can put nothing, you can put a corner, you can put a straight line, you can put a branch, and you can put a four-way. And so just to label those for you, and these are referred to in the rule set 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 0. This is the sort of the nothing cell. This is a turn, a straightaway. What did I call it in the rules? I just called it a straight. this is a branch and this is a four-way, and so everything in the grid is going to be one of those 5 flavors of things. And so the kind of clue that I have in mind is this, which says that for this cell, the nearest straight, because it's a 2, the nearest straight is tied in this direction and this direction. So that is my rough idea of what it is that I am trying to do here. Now, just to clarify loop network, if you've not seen this before, the loop network needs to have no dead ends, but that's basically the only rule of being a loop network. And so this is a loop network, that's a loop network, for example. But this is not a loop network for our purposes because it has a dead end, which you'll notice would require an additional kind of piece. Okay, so my reason for sort of starting with this is that I just wanted to start with a small grid to see if I think this is feasible. So as Jim noted, only a 6x6. It's because I am hoping that we can make a 6x6, which is unique fairly quickly. Fingers crossed. They do not have to be Hamiltonian, although that would be an interesting requirement, is that your loop network needs to be Hamiltonian. Oh boy. I mean, I guess that's kind of what station puzzles do, is they tell you, like, there needs to be a single path that visits each of these things in order, which I always enjoy. Anyway, I realized that this was perhaps slightly ambiguous because, or not ambiguous, but it wasn't the best possible choice for my example puzzle, because this is the only place that can be a 2 in that direction. And so if there's going to be a 2 in this direction, it can only be that one. I've only got 9 hours, so I hope I can see the finish. I hope it doesn't take 9 hours. So that means all of this happens, and it also means that this is a 2. But equally importantly, it means this isn't a 2, and these aren't 2. Because if this was a 2, the arrow would only point in this direction. Okay. Notably, the 2 here, and apologies if this is unclear, the 2 here is not really a number. The 2 is just a stand-in for that shape. And so I'm kind of curious. And in an ideal world, I think I would just have a picture of the shape to go in the center, but I don't think there's any software with which I can do that easily. But anyway, so this is definitely part of the network. And so I have standard coloring for loop network puzzles, which unfortunately I think is exactly the backwards of what the other half of the world does. Sudoku Maker can? I thought Sudoku Maker you could only use Unicode things. I didn't think you could use your own image. Or are you talking about by hand drawing each of them with a line tool? Because I'm not by hand drawing each of them with a line tool. But yeah, you certainly can't set a loop puzzle in Sudoku Maker, but there are loop puzzles that look nicer if you do them in Sudoku Maker afterwards, which I am open to. Unicode has box drawing characters. Interesting. Okay, so maybe there's a way to do it that if this is successful and I'm happy with it, I can figure out. But anyway, the fact that this is 2 spaces away is irrelevant for the 2. That was basically the only thing I was trying to do, or trying to indicate. So this gets us a bunch of these sorts of things. And so the thing that I particularly was sort of looking for here, or the reason why I thought this was kind of interesting, was that it tells me that this cell definitely isn't a 2. So for example, if this 2 goes horizontally, then that's just out of the loop network. And that is kind of interesting in and of itself. Might work a little wonky with the arrows. Yeah, that was sort of the part was sort of like, I can visualize something that would look reasonable, but I don't think the thing is a thing that I can easily draw in any of the existing software. Let's see. So I guess we have sort of like, we can either have corners up here or not have corners up here, whatever the case may be. A 0 without arrows. That is true. Yeah, we can have a 0 with no arrows. I like that. So there's no nearest. There's no nearest. Okay, I like that. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, so yeah, I like Martin's suggestion. And my idea is, by the way, that this is going to be the example puzzle at the end of the day. If this actually gets published, this sort of shows people what this looks like. So if we do the 0 clue, then that tells us, and this is very cute, that there's nothing in that in any direction. So all of this stuff is in, and we know what some of that looks like. But also, that does tell us by that does tell us by my previous note that this 2 can't go this way, because if this 2 went this way, this would be out. So therefore, it's that. So that's not a 0. Yeah, I mean, the rules are horrendous. As currently written, I just sort of was like very impressionistic about what kind of thing I was thinking about. But yeah, definitely have to make sure the rules, if there's zeros in the puzzle, have to make sure the rules specifically call out what does it mean that it's a 0. But I agree with Martin, it's clear. And it doesn't even have to be, sorry, it's not the 0, it's the no arrows. It has to be clear what it means, that if there's no arrows, it means that that clue just doesn't show up anywhere in that cross. Okay. So I was looking at like a 2 pointing at this cell that I know is a 2. Would be okay. So how about we do? And I'm not really super interested at this moment in the rich logic element of this as much as the like make sure I understand how the rules work and address anything element. So yes, setting stream. We are making a weird loop network puzzle, maybe possibly. So my reason, this is broken already. Yeah, this is broken already. You're right. Yeah, it's got to get out one way or the other. So I got to point at some other direction. Like that one, say. So yeah, so the reason I picked this was because I thought it would be fun to say, okay, this isn't the nearest straight, and therefore the nearest straight has to be closer than 2 away. So these are straights. Oh yeah, that didn't actually help. Sorry, that one's not helpful. With an arrow to go up. Okay, yeah, up will do. There we go. So yeah, up is better. Up is more what I was envisioning here. And so therefore, these are both 2s, but in particular, these aren't 2s. And so because 2 is the only thing they could plausibly have been, they're just out. Actually, maybe I want my out to be more aggressive, just to make it distinct from the clues. I'm just going with the light gray for clues because that's what Yajelin does. And that seems reasonable. So then we know what that 2 looks like, and we know what this 2 looks like. So we can green that and green that. And then this, of course, is now just a corner. We can get rid of the 2. Now, one thing that occurred to me when doing this is that perhaps it might make more sense to color the types and have corners be one color and straights be another, just for purposes of these. Yeah, so we want our loop network to be connected. I don't know if the rules mention that because I always forget to mention that. But because our loop network needs to be connected, this needs to get out, and it can only get out like that. So can make that green. This, I agree, is a corner. So we can make that green as well. Okay, and so now we, in theory, and so here's like the interesting question is like, can this readily be made unique, or is this going to be impossible to make unique with this this kind of clue? Granted, it will be on a much larger grid, ideally. The zero clue says that the nearest zero is in no direction, so there is no zero in any direction. The rules will need to be clarified to say that, but Martin had it as an idea, and I thought it was a great idea to have clues that say, oh, actually, the nearest that isn't anywhere in any cardinal direction. Needs to be a clue, or it could be anything. That seems very feasible. I suppose we could also make this a clue, actually. Maybe this is the cell we want to make a clue. Yeah, let's make this cell a clue, because my zero doesn't obligate that this isn't a clue, right? So let's make this cell a clue of some sort. Light gray. And now, at least in the solution, that at least forces that. Even regardless of what I do, because it's the only way for this thing to get out. And I can clue this to say something. And I bet this I can use to make it unique. Three right. Yeah, three right is good. Yeah, okay. Three right. Yeah, okay. I like three right. Number 3, shape right. Now says, among other things, this cell isn't a 3, so therefore it's done. And therefore this cell is a 3, because we need to keep the loop network connected. Yeah, I like that. One thing I'm noticing about this is that it right away at least forces more connectivity as a possibility than the usual. Now, the question is, does this actually disambiguate what's happening here? Because I'm not convinced that it does. Yeah, the 3 right, the 3 right did a bunch of cute stuff that wasn't what it was intended to do. But I don't know. Yeah, right. These can't connect, right? So that is a good point. Is that these can't just connect, because if they just connected, then we would have this issue that they would be closed off. Because if they just connect at all, then as soon as they connect at all, they're both corners, because they can't be... Oh, I guess one could be a 3-way. Sorry. If this is known to be a corner, that will do it. So I just need a clue that says that this is a corner. Let's see. Which, I mean, literally any clue I put in this cell, I suppose, would force that. Uh, Although that doesn't quite disambiguate this, because just making this a 3 still leaves ambiguous which of these two is the 3. Uh, uh, right. So I think this is never going to be able to disambiguate which of these two is the 3. Uh, uh, but yeah, maybe if we do 2 right instead. Uh, 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 it can. Uh, I'm confused as to what we can do because of this little cluster here is there's a little too much leeway here. But I agree at 2 here. Uh, might be able to do it. Uh, Although maybe what we really want is a 0 here, or something like that. Okay, so let's unwind to where I did this. This is probably my biggest objection to Penpa is that it keeps separate the rewind rewinding the problem and rewinding the solution. So it just is begging you to fuck up anything in the entire world by doing it. Let's see. AFK says 1 right. Okay, well, in any event, regardless of what this is, it certainly forces that. So 0 right definitely does it. For that piece anyway. Oh, sorry, wrong mode. Shape right. So that makes that be the 0, which then forces, oops. Oh, no, wrong mode. Sorry, so that forces that, which then makes all of this be done. Okay, and then we just have to figure out, okay, how are we dealing with the rest of this? Like probably something like a 4 pointing down here would do it. Let's try it. Oh, not that mode. Okay, okay. I think it's like supposed to be who chats most in a particular day. Uh, so I think it's supposed to reset day to day, is I think the idea. So yeah, I think if I make this a 4 with a shape pointing down, then I think we now have to figure out where the 4 goes, and the 4 can only possibly go here. So that's done. That's done. Okay, now it's connected. So now we actually have a surprising amount of mobility now, actually. Uh, yeah, one pointing right in column one is great. I like that, Martin. Uh, uh, one pointing right. And so that just makes this be out. Because it would be, sorry, right, wrong, dark gray. Yeah. So now that's out. Or that's not close enough. That's out, or that's not close enough. Oh, it's got to go down. It must be down too. Yeah, it's one up or one. Oops, right down. Uh, uh, yeah. So that I think will at least get us close because now we have that. Let me double check that I have not screwed this up. I think I haven't screwed this up. Okay. So now this is forced to do that. Oh, this isn't quite unique. Yeah, we've got this this piece here. Okay, so I think this is enough to warn us. We're going to have to be a little bit careful with uniqueness. I don't think it's so far from this. Uh, uh, oh yeah, let's try that. Okay, so let's uh, oh, that's fun. Sorry, I like that. Yeah, that actually that's a good point. Okay, so that's a huge aha moment for me, at least. From this sort of combines Emma and Martin, making me realize that this is way more flexible than I thought it was, because uh, I actually can clue. Uh, I can clue more than one type, and they can be in, well, of course, they'll be in different places. But we can say that that is 1, 2, 3, 4 away. So we count 1, 2, 3, 4 away. So this also has to be a straight, which then makes that a straight, and that's done, and that's done. Okay, and so I think that actually gives us a good sense of tricks we can do that I would never have thought of without the viewing public. Of we can have clues that have no arrows to say this thing doesn't show up at all, and then we can have clues for the other thing. And we could have done the same thing by sticking the 2 here. It would have had the same effect if we wanted to say that. Okay, so that is ignore me putting my I was trying to figure out like what is the weird complicated message that AFK is trying to send to the fellow computery people. Okay, so let's try and make a big one, although I need to save this first. URL for editing, copy. Okay, I will paste this. Here is a sample puzzle. I'll pin it. And then I will also send it to myself on Discord so that I don't lose it. Or rather, I'll send it to secret chat to see who's working. Okay, let's see. I'll send it to Tristan because I can find Tristan faster than myself. Okay, so let's do a new one. Okay, new grid. Okay, so that went so fast and we had so much space. I'm wondering if I want this to be 10 by 10 or 12 by 12. Or Jim earlier suggested 13 by 13. Well, Well, I mean, this is only meant to be an example grid, not really a not really a puzzle per se, but just to show how all the clues work and convince ourselves that it could actually be thing. Let's see. Okay. Well, how about we start at 10 by 10, and then uh, oh, let me zoom out slightly because we can't actually see the whole grid. How about that? Okay. So yeah, I mean it's sort of like halfway between warm up and sample puzzle or whatever. Randomly added global modularity, and it turns out it's unique. That's usually a bad sign in my experience. It's just like, oh, oops, this puzzle is accidentally unique. Although, granted, that is how I made 2D wave particles, basically. But what can you do? Okay. Okay, so now we should probably try and think of something interesting that we can do. Let's see. So, and now we have a lot more space, so our distance is in theory a lot grander. Let's see. And I do like cluing zeros, although by cluing zeros I mean actually saying there are zeros in this row and column. So something like maybe this is what I was thinking of saying that these are the closest. Okay, so now I want to try and see if I can figure out how to push this away so that the actual shaded cell ends up being far away. And my basic idea here of what I'd kind of like to do is sort of use one at a time to sort of like use the horizontal to push it further and then use something in the vertical to push it further or whatever. So let's see. How can we make this and I guess I could make this a 0 with no arrows, would be, or something like that. That's maybe too blunt. Let's see. So can I force this to be a corner without a 0 somewhere? Putting a 1 in row 2, column 3, or row 3, column 2. Pointing like a 1 here pointing left. Let's see if we can make this work. I don't know if I can make this work, but I kind of want to try it. What if we do that? Granted, that is very difficult to read. Let's do it with top numbers. That didn't help. Uh, let's do it in the corners. So this very well could just be broken, but it would say that all of these have to be in because we need to have one of each thing over here. And then, oh, oops, sorry, that was the wrong mode. So yeah, so I think if I look at this now, let's see what this does. So of course, this now has to be a corner, which now also makes that a corner because of the 0. So those are done. This isn't a corner, so it's a 3 or a 4. But one of these two is a 4, because that's not. Oh, and yeah, yeah, one of these two is a 4, because that can't be. So that forces the line here at the very least. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if it's a 3, ending the line is going to be awfully difficult, right? Because the only way you can end the line is with 1 and a 3. Who would have thought we could use U-Bahn logic in this U-Bahn-esque puzzle? So yeah, so that can't be the 3 because then my horizontal line is going to crash into the clue, which is not allowed to do. And so then we're going to end up with that. Okay. That's kind of cute that that actually ends up completely forced as to how that works. This is going to end up having to be a 2. Okay. Oh, 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 maybe you're right. Actually, sorry. Yeah, it could be 1432. Right. Sorry, you're right. It could be 1432. You can see why I break U-Bahn puzzles a lot. Okay. Oops. This is in, that's in, that's in, that's in. Okay. This is now, though, definitely out because it can't be anything. In fact, all of these are just out immediately because if they were anything, they would be tied for closeness. Bye, Ron. Is that too prescriptive? Could we possibly get away gonna unwind this a lot. Could we possibly get away with moving this one over? So that 1, 2, 3, 4. If we do this now, and let this be 1, 2, 3, 4. If I do this, is that actually still as restricted? Miraculously empty grid. Yeah. I was trying to solve it. Hey, Juggler, how are you doing? Right, that still actually does place zeros still, right, because of the well, that's a little bit unfortunate, isn't it? Okay, well, maybe it's fine the other way and we just let in a lot of zeros, although that's maybe we kick out one of these. So maybe instead of instead of that, maybe I go back here, but instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe we say 1, 3, 4. Oh, that's also a good idea from Emma, of like, maybe we can get away with actually even doing this one down. Okay, so actually, I'm still going to go back and make this 1, 3, 4 look prettier. Slightly. Oops. There we go. So this tells me that if any of these are in their 2s, so these are all like 0 or 2, it certainly tells me that both of these are in and they're connected, because one of these 2 is the 4. Interestingly, I have a like helper X here, which we could maybe play a little bit with, because of the fact that this is either a 2 or a 0. So this is also either a 2 or a 0. Oh, yeah, exactly right. All of these are 2 or 0. So yeah, we might as well grab all the helper X's, because yeah, all of these are 0 or 2. Just for the record, that's assuredly something we can do something with. Let's see. We haven't pushed this out yet, quite. So it's okay if both of these are out, right? Put corner, corner. I guess we just put, if this is out, I guess if this is out, that's out, and then now this is a corner. Let's see. I'm trying to think of something that we could put, some clue we could put with no arrows that would force all of this to work the way that we would like. But I'm not sure. I do like that this is also a 0, 2. Oops. 2. Yeah, the 0 I'm not that attached to. I sort of started it because I had this idea that maybe we would like slowly use alternating these things to push that shaded cell to be like there in both cases. But it is true that this is not actually doing anything. So we can delete these shapes and still have this. Let's see. And so, yeah, if I just put a 0 here with an arrow to the right, so that's what you're suggesting, is you're suggesting put it here, number 0, arrow right. Yeah, and so that certainly forces that these are in. Yeah, so those certainly are in, and we know exactly what they look like. Oops, these are in. Right, this is also in. Right, this is also in. I know one of these is a 4. I don't think I know if this is shaded or not, do I? Unless I put this also down. If I put this also down, then I don't know whether this is in or not, I guess. Let's see. Okay, we do know one of these is a 4. Yeah, so the like 1-3 combo is kind of interesting in terms of what happens if there's a vertical strip down here. So like maybe we should play with this line and say something like there's a 1 and a 3 this way, or something like that. With this. There's a 1, a 3, and a 4. What are we doing with that? Let's see. I guess we could go back to making this 1, 2, 3, and 4 and try it without the clue over there and see what that does if I add that in. So if I make this, not 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. The problem is that then like immediately makes all of this gray, which is a little bit weird. Not necessarily a problem, but it does do that. That gray is too dark for me. Let's see. We'll go back to the way things were for the moment. Oops. Do you maybe clue 0, 3 right in row 1, column 3? Let's put a number 1, 3, and arrow right. Sorry, 0, 3, not 1, 3. It's like, that doesn't sound right. 0, 3. Okay, let's try that. Very minimalist puzzle. Yeah, no. We're trying to make a puzzle. Hey, Isabella, how are you doing? Oops, I did not mean to do that. Okay, so that certainly does still fill in this stuff over here. With good old green blue shenanigans. Yeah, I guess we still know that this is in. And now whatever this is, it's not a 3, so this can only be a 1 or a 2. Okay, what do we do with that? Yeah, I know that this still isn't a 3. Yeah, and I know the row 3, column 3 also isn't a 3, right? That's not a 3. So if I look at it, this is now it's not a 3. Yeah, a blank 2 over down here. Something like that would be interesting. Let's see. Let's try something like that. Get 2 here just to say, hey, that is actually a 1. That's not a 2, so we get our... At least that line has to go in. Okay, so... Still know there has to be a 3 over here somewhere. And the 3 has to be vertical, is I guess the... Unless there's 2 3s. But there certainly is, I guess the 3 only had to be vertical when this was a 1, 2, 3, 4 pointing over there. Maybe we could just try... Yeah, let's be catastrophic about this. Let's just try the 1, 2, 3, 4 here with the arrow to the left, and let's put it way off in the middle over here, so that it does get us a bunch of shaded cells, but those bunch of shaded cells don't completely destroy the world. In terms of what they do, they instead sort of provide some geometry for us to work around. And so we know one of these two is a 4, so we definitely have a line there. And now we do know that the 3 is definitely vertical. I don't know exactly how to use the fact that we know that the 3 is vertical, but we certainly can use the fact that the 3 is vertical somehow. And maybe that is the right place to look. Let's see, we've got, yeah, all of these are gray. Let's see, what can we do with this? Yeah, either of these could be the 1. Either of these could be the 2. Uh, and then we're going to have a bunch of sort of manifest or repercussions of this running along these axes. Whatever it is. So, like, this cell, and this cell are certainly not 4s, for example. Is one consequence of this that we could attempt to exploit. Let's see. How do I use this cell as not a 4 somehow? Because... Oh, right. Sorry, these are 3 awake. Because I can't count is why. Sorry, they can be 4. Sorry. In my brain, I was thinking, oh, that's just 2 away from this, but this is actually 3 away from that. Which is regrettable, as they say. Okay, and so the sort of ambiguity is whether the 2 is on the outside or not. If we force the 2, I guess we'd have to force the 2 to be in neither of these places to make these a 2-4 pair in order to make that kind of work. Let's see. These are each, of course, 0 or 1. Let's see. Can I do something with one of these 2 cells, perhaps? I'm not sure. This is tricky. Somehow when you have a much bigger grid, this is much trickier to think about. I should probably attempt to be slightly more blunt. Let's see. Row 5, column 6. Oh, this one. This was also a clue. Okay, that is a good idea. If we make this also a clue, oops. Sorry, I've got to get rid of the gray over here. Yeah, if we make this also a clue for something, like, for example, if we say the nearest 2 is yeah, let's just try something. So let's try something like, oops, not 1,112. Let's try 1, 2 pointing up. So that's now going to be a problem if this is a 2, for example. Because if this is a 2, now it's closer to this than the 2 can possibly be. So we know there is a 2 in this direction, and that 2 can only be in one of these 3 spots. Maybe I want this to be 1, 3, actually. Uh, uh, yeah, I was thinking, I was thinking the, 3 here. So let's go back and let's do this sort of one number at a time. But 3 here, oops, not 63, not 636. Uh, 3 here forces this not to be a 3 because the earliest I can possibly have a 3 is here. So this can't be a 3. And so, therefore, this can only possibly be a 1 or a 2. But if we make this, as Martin suggests, a 2, 3, then now, oops, then now this can't be 2 or 3, so this can only be 1 here. And this still can't be a 2 or a 3, right? Oh, sorry. This could be a 2 or a 3 as long as that's also a 2 or a 3. Sorry, yeah, this can still be the 2 or the 3. Tricky. Okay. Do we know that this has to be in? Or can we just get away with sort of putting 2 and 3 up here, I think, and this still being out? I think we can. Uh, uh, yeah, we can even have them be sort of in row 1 as long as this one is all the way over here, because row 1 is still closer than that cell, right? Maybe I should be doing something with 4s instead. Like, if this were a 4 instead, or possibly in addition to one of them, that would at least tell me one of these two has to be a 4. Yeah, I bet I can put 4 and something else. So one of these has to be a 4, so that gets us a line like that. And so one of these is extending off to the left. And one of these two is a 4. Oh, right. Thank you. Yeah, we only have this line if we add extra stuff here. So I can just throw a clue in, I guess, either of these cells, although that just makes this a naked 4. Maybe we should just try a different attempt at a break-in here. And maybe have this in mind as a option, as a thing we can mess with later. oh, sorry, I wanted that to point not that way. Uh, so if I have this point something like this way, I could make this something like a 2 pointing this way, and now I know this digit isn't a 2. And so this can only be a 0, 1, or 3. Oh, sorry, I should do that in the solution mode. Can we do anything cute and fancy with this? So if this is in, it definitely starts a vertical string. It is not a 2. I could certainly put like a 2 pointing up in this column now. Which would remove 2 from there. Let's see. I could also just throw like a 0 in somewhere to say that we've got our zeros. Oh, chuck a 0 in. Yeah. That is a good idea, yeah. So we can make this 0, 2. And now we therefore know that this is definitely in. So that does, okay, that is a good way to guarantee at least that we don't have just complete degeneracy here. So this isn't a 0 anymore. This is definitely green. We get that these things are blue. This could still be our 0, but we know that this connects up at least. And so it's just a question of, is this actually a 3 or is that actually out? Because if this is out, then I need one of these 2 to be out, which means this one's always out. Right, this is always in, right? That is a consequence. Anytime I put a 0 here, and this is never a 2, right? So this is also a 1 or a 3, Martin points out. And so it also has a line extending down. And so we also get this there, which is nice. And so if this is out, then this is out automatically, because as soon as this cell is out, that cell's also out. So in fact, as soon as that happens, this is sort of the outlier. Okay, so now this can't be a 2, so it has to extend at least left or right. So I guess this is a 1, 3, or a 4. I wonder if we can play with this at all. I'll put a blank 3 here, which forces that to be out, which forces that to be out. Or like a blank 3. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out if I can somehow like apply some pressure to this cell. Using the fact that this isn't a 2. Of course, we really run into things aren't 2s if we if this is out. I could have like a 2 pointing up from down here somewhere. Uh, yeah, clue in either of these places would force this to be not a 4. I like that as a... let's just imagine that we have some phantom clue in this space. So now this is not a 4. And now this is also a 1 or 3 again. And so, right. And so now, because of that, this always goes right. That's true. I agree. Because of this. Oops. I did not mean to throw a random circle in the grid. Okay, and so if I make this... yeah, I was thinking about, yeah, can I make this something... that would do a lot of damage here. Like, I was thinking even a 3 pointing down might be interesting. To resolve all of these as... to resolve all of these as 1s. And so this one would be done. And have a 1 here that had to connect left or right. With 3 here that we have to have. And we could play games with how the connectedness works through here, because if I sort of put a clue here, whatever the clue is, I sort of force this to either connect out or this to connect through, and that becomes interesting. Just by connectedness stuff, which seems to be some of our logic. Even like a gray here is kind of interesting in terms of connectedness stuff. Let's see. Of course, the issue is I don't know that this isn't a 3. I would if I did this, of course, but then that's still not telling me that much. 2 up and right in row 4, column 1. Let's see. 2, and the proposal is up and right. Okay, so that forces a 2 here, and a 2 here. Okay, so that's certainly going to force a lot. Let's draw in what that forces. So that's going to force all of that and all of that, where we'll get all of that stuff. That'll be done. That'll be done. This will be in. This will be in. This will be in. Oh, this will be done, of course. Be a 1 or a 3. Let's see. This won't be a 2 for whatever that is worth, so this will either extend out or... could we get away with this 2? I was trying to decide if we could get away with this 2 being 1 lower. I'm not immediately sure. Let's see. Now if this is a 2, that's a 2. Sorry, that's a 2. But that's not quite close. We haven't sort of resolved this inside-y bit yet, which is okay. I wonder if there's another natural kind of clue that one could also have with these. Just having this sort of trio of clues forces kind of interesting things by connectedness. If one, like maybe our break-in should actually just be throw some grays on the screen in interesting places and then let them sort of dictate something connectedness-wise. That is tough. We do still have to have our 3 somewhere, which has to show up earlier in this direction. I have to admit the big one of these is way harder than the little one to make do anything. Uh, 4 left in row 2, column 5. Yeah, 4 left here forces yeah, okay, row 2, column 6, right. Okay, so yeah, so 4 here with the left is Vish's suggestion. And the point is this can't be a 4-way. Even, sorry, row 2, column 7 even. Number... Oops, not there. Because we can't put a 4-way here. It creates an interesting problem where connectedness just breaks, which is very cute. I like that observation. Because of the fact that this is secretly known to be a 1, even though I never labeled it. So one of these ones at least connects out. And so I guess that means this is also secretly known to be a 1. Is the point, because if this is a 3, then the world also breaks. And so a 4 here, yeah, a 4 here, therefore forces a 4 exactly here. Like that. So that will be a 4. This will, of course, continue over. We'll end up with something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, I'd want a 3 instead of a 4 because we already know. Right. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Uh, Sorry. All of this is known. Uh, if it's a 3, though, my 3 could be here, I guess. Uh, uh, because of row 2, column 1 being green, right? So yeah, the fact that all of these things are known to be 1s. I wonder if what I want is I want to actually have the whole grid of U-Bahn clues on the outside that I can also refer to, but that seems like that is going to do a lot. But yeah, this would tell me one of these was a 3. Do I know which one of them is a 3 then? Or should I make this a 2 instead? Oh, right, sorry, this one could be 2, right? This can be 2. Oops, no, sorry. You're right. Emma is correct. Yeah, this just needs to have one connection. It can't be a 3, but it could be a 2. Uh, uh, in any event, it would tell me that's not 2. Right. Okay, so this is actually kind of interesting, actually, if I go here and I fill in that 2. Okay, because that now tells me this isn't a 2, which means this is just out. Or dark gray, as the case may be. Oh, sorry, the darker gray. Uh, okay, and so now the 2 in row 1 is known, right? It's got to be there. So now all of those are right. Sadly, that doesn't really use any of our logic from before. Is the problem, because this clue and that clue just by itself just give me this tragically. Row 2, column 8 isn't 2, right? This one can't be 2 because the nearest 2 here is at least that far away. It's not here. So we know this extends this way for sure. Agree. Let's see. This could all be out or both be 1s, as the case may be. Kind of wanted to start with this, actually, as the a first clue actually is actually kind of nice. The like 2 pointing some direction that is not the direction above it, and so forcing a like little bit of alleyway. Let's try. I bet we can do a connectedness thing with that. Let's try that. Okay, so let's try light gray 2 here with a arrow. You could do any combination of ways that is not up. And so my reasoning for this is that lets us potentially, it lets us potentially lock off something that doesn't actually look that locked off. So if I had a clue here and a clue here or something like that, I can make it so that because this is actually locked off, we're sort of forced into going through some particular manner. So let's see, where should I put the clues? Let's do that first if I want this to be about connectedness. Like there, like there and there or something of that sort. Another 2 in row 4, column 2. Oh, yeah, that would work. Yeah, I like the symmetry there. Yeah, the suggestion from Vish is just do the same thing with a 2 here that also points in, and we can decide exactly what directions we want it to point. The point is it doesn't point that way. And so that would, again, give us a dark gray over there. And so we would need something to guarantee that there was a clue up here, or that there was any loop network up here, and that this wasn't just entirely out of the loop. Like perhaps a clue here or something. Or perhaps a clue here even. Or there, one of these. Can point to like a 3 or something. To the left is what I was thinking. So something like that be a 3 pointing left, like that. That guarantees me there's definitely something up here. And the 3, in fact, has to be exactly there. Oops, wrong mode. Using the 2 and how that worked. I don't know how much we can do to elaborate on this. But we know this needs to be in. We know this isn't a 2. So it definitely goes left. Row 1, column 2. Sorry, how do I know about? Oh, this is row 2, column 1. Sorry, row 2, column 1. Do I know this isn't straight? Guess the question is, do I know these aren't both straights? Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I would like to know that. That would be cool if we could clue that somehow. Row 4, column 2 going up would work now that we have all of this stuff. Yeah, so So yeah, if this also goes up, right, this I knew. Okay, so this still works. So now this now has to be a straight line. In fact, if I made this go up, I guess then I wouldn't need the 3, although it would help, of course. That forces that bit and this bit. Every segment has to be part of a has to be part of it. The loop network has to be connected. I think I didn't write that in the directions, even though I should have. So that yeah, and then this goes up like that. So something like that I think is presently legitimate. Although unfortunately seems not to take advantage of, or not to take too much advantage of the fact that this cell has to be in. See, I can make some extra 3s in here or something. So now the question is, do I know anything about this too? I guess the point is I don't know any, or I guess I don't really know anything about this other than it's not a 2. So I guess this is a 1 or a 3 if it's in, or it's a 0 if it's out. Let me stretch real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Perhaps if we make this a 2-3, that will do enough. It will certainly make, oops. So it will certainly make this green. Uh, hmm. Trying to figure out what else we like. I feel like we might want like one more kind of clue or something here, because this is these clues are like a little bit too local, I feel like. And the loop network is a little too bendy for our us to force things like I would hope. I was hoping it would be a lot more flexible in an ideal world than it has turned out being. Maybe we just swap over to a different crazy idea that I had, and try setting something like a let's see. Martin was saying, I was thinking about multiple arrows force the same number of shapes in their directions. Can you elaborate? Uh, as the clue number. Like how that's an interest. So something about the number of that clue or something, like the number matches the distance or something of that sort. Uh, uh, I'm curious if we could just like put back the U-Bahn clues around the border, and do something with these sorts of clues. Uh, or maybe alternatively, uh, we could do a regular U-Bahn and just have the clued cells be part of the grid, uh, but then the arrows point to the one that matches that in the direction. So you don't know that this arrow means 3. You just know there's an arrow here, and then you have to figure out, okay, if this is a 3, then I'm saying the nearest 3 is in that direction. Uh, that sounds like that might do it. Let's see. I have a blank, fortunately. I think I have a blank 8x8 U-Bahn grid that I can find. Uh, let's see. There we go. So let's try this. Okay, so then I need to redo the directions, but maybe I do like that it gets the numbers out at least. Uh, but every U-Bahn sounds fun to you. Let me rewrite the directions real quick. Rules. Oh, that's the screenshot. Sorry, rules 2 ... As has become the tradition of these streams, I usually go through a whole bunch of different rule sets. Right, normal U-Bahn rules apply. uh, with arrows points to all directions with the close that are the closest tiles of the same type. Yeah, the mini puzzle, yeah, it's weird to me. I thought that the big puzzle was going to be easier than the mini puzzle. And so, like, maybe what I should have done, or maybe what I should do later, is just try and say, okay, well, instead of 6x6, maybe we just set another 6x6, and then set a 7x7 and an 8x8. And maybe then, uh, sort of the skill sort of levels up with it. Because I do agree, the first one, was quite interesting. Yeah, the size then made it sort of super constrained, which was interesting. Uh, and then it turned out that sort of like once you had sort of a little bit more global stuff, then it didn't quite work as well. Are the closest tiles of the same type? Same type. Okay, and then I should write for same type blank, corner, straight, branch, or four-way. I guess intersection is usually the fancy Ubani word for it. So clues are complete. Okay, so something like that. Let me take my screenshot. Save as to desktop as rules 3. And then let's come in here. Let's delete that for now, and then let's slide this in here. Something like that, just to give people who come in some vague idea what is happening. Okay, so one thing I noticed right away with this rule set is that if I put, say, a 1 here, and then I place an arrow, like in this cell, shape. There we go. Oh, please give me my 8-way arrows back. Thank you. And then I put an arrow here, pointing in that direction. Then I know that this isn't a 3, for example. Because then that would, of course, put a second 3 in the direction. So I think we could probably use something fun with that. But let's try... let's try and put something like... Let's try and use that as sort of the first step. What is it we're trying to do? Probably then we're probably trying to force a cell to be, and we have to keep in mind that it could still be blank as a possibility when we're thinking about this. So I probably don't want to use it in this row. The question is, what do I want to force the cell to be? Because I think we can pretty easily force a cell to be something specific with this. So, for example, let's just try this the lazy way. Let's say that this column, let's say it's got 2 turns, and we'll say 3 straightaways. So we know it's a length 5 thing, and then we'll say, or a minimum of length 5, and then we'll here have that there's only one 3-way intersection here, and we'll have an arrow here. So I think if we do that, I think now, if we sort of look at this, we only have one string of cells in this column, and it has to encompass... oh, this is one... sorry, this is one not enough. I want this to be a 4, not a 34. So that... basically, I wanted to force this to be a straight. That's what I wanted. So if I look at this, this is at least 6 cells, so all of these are blue. And if I make this a corner, I can only get to 3. But this cell now, because of the combination of all of this, is now a naked straight. And so that now becomes green, but now this cell... Yeah, and this cell, these are now naked 3-ways. Because they can't be straights anymore because of this clue. And so we can fill those in. Go ahead and say blue, blue, blue. Okay, and now I could still have a corner here. I don't think I can have a corner here, right? This needs to go down one more, because if this is the corner, yeah, if this is the corner, I can only possibly get to 2 3s. So yeah, we can line down one more, like that. Now, if this is a straight... then it means this is a straight as well. But we can now probably use some arrows. Like, we've deduced that these both have to be 3-ways, so we could use an arrow in one of them. Like an arrow pointing down or an arrow pointing over would both sort of force some interesting things. So that is at least a possibility. Let's see. Interestingly, if this points down, it can't... Oh, sorry. I guess it could be straight if it points down, but it does weird things to this cell. Okay, but we know there's at least one more straight living across this line. There probably aren't any more straights living over here, but we could probably actually force that if we wanted. Like, if we wanted, we could just throw a 0 here. Although that would probably be a little bit heavy-handed. Okay. But that feels like a reasonable beginning use of one of these things. So if I put a rightward pointing arrow in either of these, it forces this to be a 3. Because of the fact that there's another 3 over down there, which feels like a good sort of reward for beginning the puzzle. I see a problem with the type of arrow that I have. Is there a way I can make this show up behind or in front or something like that. Because that is probably going to be a problem. Let's see. We can have... let's see. Normal. Can you put the arrow in the corner? That would be cool. Oh, there's an in front of lines option. There we go. How about we use the in front of lines option? There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. Okay, yes. As it happens, yes, you click the in front of lines button, and then it puts the thing in front of the lines. Doesn't look fantastic, but looks good enough for now, I think, because people will probably do this in Sudoku Pad anyway. So that is probably okay. So, but anyway, what this does is force this cell specifically to be a three-way, a branch, if you will, because otherwise this branch is only two away. So we're using sort of the whole deduction of the opening to get that this cell has to be a branch, which we could reward by, for example, putting a 1 here, if we wanted just to say this is the only branch, or something of that sort. Or we could point it down and put a 2 here just to say there's only 2 branches. And then that would say these things aren't branches. Interestingly, if I put a down arrow here that doesn't go right, it makes it really tricky for this to be a corner. At this point, we could make it so that it's impossible for this to be a corner if we extend this by 1 more somehow. Because actually, if this is a down arrow now, it has to be a corner, right? If this is a down arrow now, it has to be a corner, because if it's not a corner, then I end up with 2 shaded cells, and I don't have room in the column for 2 shaded cells. So yeah, let's do that. That sounds good. That feels classy. So basically, this is a corner or shaded, but it can't be shaded, because if it's shaded, then I run out of room in the world, and we don't want to run out of room in the world. So therefore, it is a corner. Surface, there we go. And that, in fact, actually forces a lot, because I can't end this row, or I can't end this horizontal line until I get to a corner, and the earliest I can possibly get to a corner is now literally there. So that means the whole row is in, and we get all of that, right? This has to be a corner now. Oh, in fact, actually, that does force it, right? Because if this was a corner, it would be a tie, right? Because this is the earliest place this can be a corner. Right? Yeah, so it's the only arrow, and so it actually forces that end, forces this to be out. So that gets us some more goody gumdrops. And now we know that these are both T's, right? Because we needed to get to 4 T's. So we get all of that as well. Green, like all of that. Okay, that was very interesting in terms of how that sort of played out. And now we know a lot about the top row that we did not previously. Uh, okay. Now if this thing we know is a 3 points down and we put a 2 there, now we know that that's a line, and that's a line, which is kind of interesting. We learned that now there's no competition for where the second line is the only sort of downside to that massive conclusion. But hey, massive conclusions are good signs for the puzzle having interesting stuff happening. Let's see. So this we know is a 3. We can certainly do like branch parity stuff in this row if we feel like it. Would be an option. Oh, it's broken? Oh no. How is it already broken? Oh, right. Row 3, column 1 sees up. Right. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we just didn't see that when we set this. Yeah, because this was supposed to have made it that way already. Okay, so I think what I want to do is use this clue instead of that clue. Yeah, so I think that was probably more interesting. And then we can go from here. So let's make sure that this all still works. So it's still the case that if this is shaded, it makes that shaded and that breaks. So I think this still gets us the thing we wanted before. Where now, oops, sorry. Now this has to be a corner because otherwise I don't get to my corner soon enough. And now this runs all the way over here. So this, I think this part all still works. This is shaded now. This is green. This is blue. But now we do still have so yeah, this is the slightly unfortunate part is we end up with all of these lines extending into this row, but that's okay, I suppose. I'd slightly prefer fewer, but what can you do? Okay, so this is oh right, and these are green. Okay, and we need a vertical line, or sorry, we need a line somewhere. It could be vertical or horizontal, as the case may be. But there just needs to be one somewhere in this row. Okay, so it would be lovely to reward something else out of this. Sadly, the 3, I can't really use these 3s because of the fact that they each have a 3 next to them. I could use this corner somehow, although it would have to be uh, quite careful. Let's see. And I've got all of these sort of partially filled things. So all of these are 2 or 3, of course, uh, which is interesting. Let's see, I could put a clue. Yeah, this does look much more interesting. Uh, I agree. I feel like some combination of clues here is going to be quite compelling. Uh, yeah, let's see. What can I do with these 2 3s? Like, particularly if I'm willing to specify how many 2s and how many 3s there are. Because if I specify either one, I know both. Uh, 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 like, for example, if I specify that there are uh, uh, so the total is 6. So if I specify that there's, say, 4 straight lines here, uh, then if I put a thing here pointing in 2 directions, then I know it can't be 3 ways because there aren't that many 3 ways. But you have to have sort of done this step to know that. And otherwise, sort of it all feels equally plausible until you do that. Like I'm just thinking, like grab, say, this one in the middle, uh, this one in the middle, and do that on it. Uh, I'm sort of allowing for the 2 possibilities here of what which pair it is that ends up being the same, but and then just saying here 4. Uh, I think this is still wide open until you've made that deduction over here, right? But now this has to be. Uh, oh no, I guess this could if there's 4 straights, this could never have been a 3-way. Never mind. Uh, I mean, I guess that's still a somewhat interesting deduction, but it's not a direct reward like I had thought it was. Yeah, it would only ever have been 2 or a corner, maybe, previously. Uh, let's see. If I do specify that it's 3 and 3, uh, maybe that's even more interesting because that means that this thing would point at uh, would have to point at both its friends. Uh, and so there'd be sort of 2 universes that would be created by doing this. Oops, not that. We don't want any diagonal arrows in this puzzle. So you could even do both next to each other, and then that would force the pattern. So we know that so basically in this universe, either these are all the 2s or these are all the 2s. Or all the 3s, sorry. All the ones that match this creature. Let's see. Can we do something interesting with that. So basically what this is saying is if we get this clue, then even without resolving that, we get this one, because these are always opposite in both universes. So that sounds neat. Let's see. How can we clue which one of these things this is? And we could just put a 0 here if we wanted. What do I want this to be? Do I want this to be a yeah, sadly, the easy thing to clue is that the T's in this column are all vertical, so that doesn't break. See, does a 3-way arrow tell us right away which one it is? Like, is these all being straight is okay, right? I am open to the 3-way arrow, but the 3-way arrow doesn't resolve anything, right? It just makes it more captivating. I do agree that's more captivating. In terms of the possible universes. I guess I could also clue what this is. And then if I clue what this is, it will tell me what that is, because I know they're opposites. Let's see. So if I... if I clue this in these two directions, maybe that doesn't quite resolve it. Yeah, you have to realize they're opposites. I agree. Yeah, so if I we could put a down pointing arrow here. And then a like 1 straight line clue or something like that. Hey, J40, how are you doing? I began today by making an endeavor to set something that was not a straight U-bahn, and now we're setting a straight U-bahn. Such is the way of life. Yeah, we could definitely put 4s if we are so inclined. Like, for example, if I put the 3 4s, or if I put 3 4s here, then I know those 3 4s go exactly with the 3 T's that are going down here. Oh, interesting. I was putting 3 4s in row 2. Emma putting 3 4s in column 2. So let's see. What does 3 4s in column 2 do? We do we get something immediately from 3 4s in column 2, or do we need to leverage it? Yeah, okay, so an arrow clue, then we can play with it. So yeah, if we put 3 4, or put 3 4s in this, and then in row 5, column 2, can plant something here, like an arrow pointing up or something like that. Will perhaps wreak havoc. Oh, wrong. Wait. Uh, uh, so this, if we think about it, that's never a 4. Uh, so uh, so if this is a 4, so it's now impossible for both of these to be 4s. Is the consequence, well, is consequence 1 of this that I see. So now I need one of these two to be 4, because if these yeah, right. This just can't be 4 anymore, right? Because if this is 4, uh now now I'm saying that's not a 4, and maybe that's a 4, but if it was, then there should be a downward pointing arrow, right? Uh oh no, these could just both be 4, right? If this is a 4, both of these are 4 is what happens. So this can still be 4 as long as both of those are 4. But what I know for sure is at least one of these is 4. Oh no, Isabella has an evil idea. Uh, uh, but yeah, one. But the thing that's for sure is one of these two is 4, because these can't all be 4 anymore. And so we definitely have this connecting line. And if we want, we can corner mark that one of these is a 4. At least they could both be 4. If only one of these is a 4, then both of these are 4s. Is that what happens? Uh, uh, yeah, so what can we do with that chicanery of this line connecting here? Let's see. Instead of the arrow in row 1, instead of this arrow in row 1, have an arrow pointing down row 1, column 4, and another in row 1, column 6, and then 3 on the crosses. Uh, uh, that does make sense. What does an arrow pointing down from row 3, column 2 do? I think it places the 3 4s. Interesting. So let's see. So Jay believes, oops, shape, that arrow will place the 4s. Oh, row 3, column 2. Sorry. Like that is very surprising to me. Okay, so sorry, this one. Uh, so it certainly means these aren't both 4s. Is one thing that it says for sure. Because if they were both 4s, then it would be not pointing that direction. So it says only one of these is a 4. So that says this isn't a 4. And these are both 4s, right? Because now we've got at most 1 4 here. And if there's at most 1 4 here, this can't be a 4 by Emma's point previously. So now both of these are 4s. So we can fill in those 4s doing 4 things. Oh, sorry, that is also green. That's blue. Okay, and now Sudoku-wise, I know now this is a 1 or a 3 only. These are from 1, 3, 4. If this is a 3, row 3, row 5, and row 7. Because in that instance, Vish, this arrow would need to point up and down. Yeah, that was why. Yeah. I will resist filling in my 1, 3, 4 triple here that my brain sort of wants to fill in. Okay, but still, that's a lot of damage, and it's very interesting. Okay. And I think this is still, if you look at sort of the blank grid, I think this is still legible, hopefully. I guess, can this still be a 1? If this is a 1? Maybe, possibly? Oh, this can't be a 3. Sorry, this has to be a 1, because it's next to a 3. That's a 3. So therefore, this can't be a 3. This can only be a 1. Because it can't, as noted, be a 4, and it can't be a 2. So this is just done. So that's nice for that cell. Oops. Undo what I just did. Sorry. This is now just done. It's a 1. And so now there's a 1 up. And so either... does it resolve at all? Or does it just resolve that? Because I feel like this could be a 1. Or these are a 1-4 pair. Interestingly, if this is the 4, then this is a 1. Can this ever be out? Yeah, I think so. This is also not a 3. That's true. That's good. So this is a 1 or a 4. Yeah, this being out would be most interesting in terms of what this would force. That, interestingly, can't be the 1 that it matches, right? This could still be a 1, but if this is 1, we can put it over here. Not quite yet, Isabella, because I think I think this has been quite interesting. I don't want to have to rewind all the way to where we put this in yet. Perhaps if this train wrecks, or if we can do it without changing any of the logic, but I think we've used some of this so far. Did the arrow in row 1 do anything? Well, the arrow in row 1 is waiting to do something, I would say. Because we know we have row 1 has this sort of coloring element to it that's interesting, where these two are opposite colors. So once we know anything about anything in this row, it is going to have this thing. Yeah, so I guess this isn't the only one. Yeah, I think we could change some of the yeah, like the down we haven't used. So you were thinking of these two both having down arrows. Let's try that. Okay, so let's try that. Okay, so shape. We'll get rid of you. Down and down. Okay, and so now, if these two are different shapes, then this is nothing. Yes, yes, very cute. So yeah, so if these are different shapes, then this is blank. So these are the same. I agree. Yeah, if this then the cell between them is dead, which is very cute. I like that a lot. And they're the same, so therefore these two are the same. Because they are both sitting next to, well, one of them at least is sitting next to one of their friends. Or sorry, they're only one apart, so these need to be the same, sorry. And now we've got, so these are the same 2, 3, if you want. These are all the same type. Yeah, so either it has to be the one in column 2, right? I don't know about this one, but I know that one's the same, because otherwise, if none of these three can be equal to the arrow digits, if they were, then the arrow would be wrong. And there's 3 of each. So it does have to be these 3, and those 2 are all the same, right? We got the 3 clue. Yeah, the 3 clue. I mean, if we're going to get rid of the 3 clue, it's possible the 3 clue is gratuitous, but it seemed okay to me. But maybe we don't even need the 3 clue with this. If we just get rid of the 3 clue, which we have not used, right? Then we know. Yeah, I guess what the 3 clue does is it tells us, it unambiguous ifies that. But yeah, we don't really need it, I guess. But then, of course, now we know these 4 are all the same. But now we don't know about this and how it's connected to the rest of the world. Okay, and then this row, we can now resolve by putting a 1 in either of these 2 cells. Or even a 2, actually, there, if we wanted. And that will force a jajillion things. Because of the fact that these 2 are the same, so they couldn't be 3 if this was 3, say, or if this was 2. Yeah, I guess the 2 crosses also forces that one of these is a cross, which does some coloring. Yeah, okay, I like that. That works. Okay, so now, because that's also 3, Emma. But yeah, so now the point is one of these 3 is a cross, and we know that all 3 of these are the same. And therefore they all have to be 3s, and not 2s, is Isabella's point. It is green and therefore invisible. Agree. And so we get all of these are now done. Right, and then these are done as well if I fill that in. Not you, not you. And then all of these are blue. Like that. So I think that is our industry. We don't know anything about this cell now, but we do know that at least one of these is a 4. Let's see. That is interesting, and we've got sort of this cell left to somehow resolve and strong arm. And we still have to make sure we get A2 in this row somewhere, which is not the biggest thing in the world. Just making sure I don't forget any of our clues that we already have. We know there's a 1 up here somewhere. I mean, this can't be a 3. No. That can be a 1. I guess I know this isn't a 1. For whatever that is worth. Yeah, I guess basically this is either a 1, in which case it satisfies this clue, or this is a 4, in which case then that's a 1 and it satisfies this clue. I like the version where this is blank better, for what it's worth. I could just put an arrow to the right and it forces this to be blank, right? If I make this an arrow... Although that doesn't use this stuff up here. But if I make this an arrow to the right, it at least says it's not a thing. Yeah. That might make the stuff we did with the 4s less interesting if I just put an arrow to the right here. Oh no, the stuff with the 4s was required to know that this wasn't a 4. So I think it's all good. I think it's safe. I think we can put an arrow to the right here to force this to be gray, resolve all of this stuff, and have it be cool rather than have it break everything. Okay, so that makes that dark gray, which makes this done. Makes this a 4 and that a 3. Like that. Tells me that there is a gray in that direction somewhere. Oh, it does do something. Yeah, you're right. Good eye to J there. Yeah, it does make the very beginning part tragically slightly easier. It is interesting, actually, that this, unless it's empty, has to have a vertical component. It has to go both up and down just because of the, I guess that's just what not being a corner means, but that's quite a potent restriction on that cell. And I'm okay if this has to be a 1. It won't destroy me. It's more interesting if it's blank. Okay, and we still know, again, 2 4s. If that turns out not to be a 4, then we get more sort of 4 action over here. This one actually having a down arrow will force it to be a 4, because it if I make it point down and left, or down and right, or something like that, then it will do it. But if this points down, then it can no longer be a 3 because it's next to a 3, so it has to be something else, and the only other thing it can be is a 4. Maybe down only is interesting because it implies the existence of a 4 relatively close by, because the furthest the second 4 can be is 3 away. So if I have a downward arrow here, it makes one of these be a 4, right? Did I count that correctly? I did not count that well earlier. This does force this for sure to be a 4. That part I'm fairly confident in. But in fact, I think because we're saying it's closer than 3 away, so that means that one of these two is a 4. And that forces that line. Oops. No, I really don't want to use the shape in this mode. Okay, and now if this is not a 4-way, so basically either those are both 4-ways or something, right? If this is the other 4-way, if this is the other 4-way, that's when it can be here. Otherwise, there's a 4-way in one of these two cells, which puts a 4-way here. So if I specify... Yeah, so if I specify there's only one 4-way in this row, it actually resolves it, I think. Because if there's only one 4-way in this row, then this being a 4-way does not work. Because if this is a 4-way, that's a 4-way. So I think that resolves that in a fairly elegant way. Because now at long last we know, and that sort of marries the column 2 logic and the row 2 logic into this clue. So now, again, this can't be a 4-way because it would make one of those two a 4-way, which would make that a 4-way. Just understanding how these sort of 4-ways are spread. And so that makes this done. Which makes this a 4-way. Makes this empty. Oh, oops. Did I do anything I wasn't supposed to? Oh, I was not supposed to green this in this screen. There we go. Okay. That's now just out of the grid. Okay, one of these two is a 4-way. We don't know which one, but that does mean this is definitely a 4-way. Okay. Does that seem reasonable to everyone? Let's see. Now row 3, column 5 is not a 4. Uh-oh. Well, then it's broken, right? Uh-oh. Because we'd have... I mean, this has to be a 4 because one of these two is a 4. Row 4, column 5 being our 4 would be tied for whichever of these two is... Oh, no, we've already got 2 4s. Up here. It has 2 4s. You got the 2 crosses. Okay, sorry, you're right. Sorry, Zeta can't count. Okay, let's make... Was it even correct? Yeah, it was correct that if this was the 4, that still broke everything, right? The previous argument was correct that if this was a 4-way, one of these two would have to be a 4-way, which would make that a 4-way. Okay. But now, now if I actually read the clues as written, now I agree. Now we've got our 4-way, so now that is done. Okay, so yeah, so that is a green 3. Right, this is just out now, because of it would be a corner otherwise. And that would be too close to this. And this is out because it would be tied with that. Okay, so yeah, I see Jay's point now. And so now my closer 4-way is now this one. Thank you for telling me how to count to 2. I have trouble with that one. Somehow I have a shape randomly here. Okay. Does everything look not broken now? Is the question of the hour. Yeah, this 4-way is too close over, or is far enough away over here. Yeah, this can't be a 1, and this can't be a 1 either. I'm just going to record that just for my sanity. Yeah, I think this looks okay. It's actually getting more restricted where the other straight line in this row is now, funnily enough. I like that there's gray. I feel like my biggest complaint about U-bonds is there's not enough gray, so it's good that we're getting some more gray. Yeah, I could technically, I guess, make this gray as well if I wanted to say, like, those two are the same, but that is... Oh, right, row 3 has a 4-way, right? I forgot about that. And now that 4-way can only go there. Very good. Remember to double check your clues. Okay, now this is solved because it can't be a third 4-way either. Yeah, so now this continues down here, and now that's done. Okay. And now this is the row that still needs a straight somewhere. Who knows where, but we've got all of that stuff going on. Okay, that's an awful lot of grid that we have sort of filled out now. So we do have to be mindful of that arrow. These arrows we can't break. This arrow we can't break. Yeah, I think our only, let's see, yeah, we've got our Maybe I should be oranging these like I usually do, uh, just for my sanity. We've got... Oh, we don't have our 1 3-way yet, actually, is also an interesting thing to note. We do have our one of those. We have our one of those. Those we have, and those we have, just so that we can keep track. So this row needs actually a 3-way and a branch yet to be found, which is somewhat interesting, at least. That could theoretically be one of them. Let's see. We could, of course, like reuse the same trick by having another arrow in this thing, or in this row. Like if I have an arrow pointing this direction, for example, from here, it's very restricted, I think, on what it can be, because it's too close. Oh, never mind. I don't think it does anything. I'm thinking about things backwards. Row 5, column 3. Right, row 5, column 3 is not a 4-way, right? Because it wrong mode. It's not a 4-way because of it can't extend left. I agree. Let's see. If this also points down, I guess that just says it's really not a 3-way. So it would be a straight. Which I guess forces that to be a corner. It's not nothing, actually, if I just also put an arrow pointing down here. Or an arrow pointing down here would also force that to be a straight. All that's like vaguely interesting. I'm also now at the point where I can do the cute Ubon thing of, oh, you've accidentally found all of the blanks in the row. Like if I say there's only like one corner in this row now, then we already know where that corner is, or something like that, or this row, for example. Let's see. And certainly specify that there are, say, there's only one branch in this column would also do a lot. In that it would resolve stuff around here. Trying to figure out how to put pressure on this row with the 1 T. I guess what we could do is we could make this number odd. And whatever odd thing we make this, that'll tell me that actually the T that we're looking for in this row has to be vertical instead of horizontal. And that would restrict where it went more. It would have to go in one of those 3 spots. And we could maybe restrict it then. Well, if there's only one corner, then it places the 3. Right, because then this would have to be ended by a corner over on this side. Uh, uh, it would have to be... Yeah, because this could still be a 4-way, right? I think there's a little bit of... I guess this can't actually be a 4-way, because if this is a 4-way... Oh, no, this could be the straight. For the row. I guess the nice thing about putting a 3 here is that if I put a 3 here, that means there are 2 horizontal segments, and that means these can't join. So I kind of want to try a 3 here instead of the instead of a 1. Let's see if that works. So that forces an X here. Now this might break, because I know now there's going to be 2 of those and at least 1 blank. But it does get me that X, because if those join, I'm not getting my 2 horizontal. And it does force this link, correct? Because I actually need my 2 segments. So yeah, so now the straight is placed, right? So now the straight is here. Uh-oh, seems likely to be... Isn't this broken? How am I not adding to 8? Oh, there's a 4-way. That's right. There's a 4-way. There we go. Okay, it's like these numbers have to add to 8 if I include that number in there, but it's because there's a 4-way. Yeah, so this should work. And so then we've got our 1 3s over here. This is in, and so it definitely connects down. Okay, so that is that's good that we resolved that. We know that one of these is a 3. It's vertical. The others aren't. This can't be a 4 anymore, right? So yeah, either this connects all the way across, or interestingly, if this points up, I think it makes it gray. Because if this points up, oh, never mind. Sorry. If this points up, then this would not be a 2. Sorry, I was thinking it was going to force more things than it did, in fact, actually force. Let's see. Laura was asking if we could force a corner in row 6, column 6, 7. Sorry, 6, 7. Probably. Let's see. What could we do? And I can make any of these not the 3 I want by just including an arrow that points to the left, or to the right, as the case may be. Yeah, so now if this is an arrow that points to the left, uh, now lots of things happen. Okay, so yeah, so if this is an arrow that points to the left, yeah, J is wise to note, yeah, this does more than even I was thinking. So this now isn't the 3, because that would be 2 3s, and you can't have 2 3s, so this is now a 1. But now that means that's not a 1, so this is a 3, which finishes both of these. And now this is out, because of the 1. And now, if this is in, it makes that the 1. So, like, if I put, like, a 2 here, it looks completely innocuous, but it would actually force all of this to resolve, is a tempting thing to try. Let's see. Shall we try that? Unless we've got some other thing. But that sort of seems like a nice way to try to resolve that. Because now that gray there is quite potent in that it forces all of that. But the reason why I was tempted by that is now this can't be the 1 that is being seen by this, because it would be tied. So now this is the 1, which then makes this our 3. So we get our green there, a blue there, and then we Sudoku these things like that. And I think that all works out. Let me know if you disagree with anything I just did, but I think that works. Feels reasonable. Also feels like a step that I would miss forever, because I wouldn't notice that my clue that had been irrelevant for so long was suddenly relevant. Those are both done. I like to periodically check what this looks like. Otherwise, okay. So now is a question of so if I have a leftward pointing arrow here, it forces another empty cell. Do we know much about it? I think we're now at the point where now I think almost all of our clues, if not literally all of our clues, actually, I think are now satisfied and impossible to unsatisfy. Oh, oops. But yeah, a leftward pointing thing here would force one of those to be out. A leftward pointing thing here wouldn't do very, very much. Let's see. This does feel much nicer, though. The arrows work quite nicely with this. This, I think. Let's see. Are there any sort of interesting columns that I could play with? Or other cells. That could also have an arrow if it wanted one, pointing to the right. So this is either a 0 or a 1, I guess. So interestingly, if this has an arrow, that arrow has to point at least either up or left. Let's see. If I put a second four-way in this column, it goes in a unique place. I don't know if that's interesting, though. Let's see. I definitely would rather add arrow clues if I could. Though this I'm sure I can resolve in whatever way I would like at the end. If this point's right, it has to be in and has to be a 3 and breaks immediately. So this can't point right. Now, if this point's down, I think it actually has to be out. And then that also has to be out. That's kind of interesting. This point's down, of course, is not a 2. And if it were a 3, it would need to also point at that 3. So yeah, I think that's kind of interesting. Shape downward pointing. So I think that forces this to be out and that to be out. Which then, of course, makes this a 2. I don't think that messes up anything from way earlier. Interestingly, now if this points straight up, now the only things it sees are grays and straights. So this would just have to be straight, which is kind of funny. And like the sort of thing that would be completely useless earlier. So that entertains me enough that I kind of want to put this in. Oh, it could just be gray. Sorry, it could be gray. I don't know why I was assuming it couldn't be gray. Well, it would at least if I pointed up. If I point it up, it at least tells me that it's certainly a 0 or a 2, which tells me the other one below it is also a 0 or a 2, which gets me my little helper X between these two at the very least. And now these are a 0-2 pair, actually, because they can't be... Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, this is a genuine 0-2 pair because I can't actually have these be the same thing because of the arrow. So yeah, so one of these is out. Row... Oh yeah, neither of these can be a 2. That's a good point. This one's definitely not a 4 because if this was a 2... Well, sorry. If this was a 2, it would definitely break that arrow. Actually, could this one be a 2? If this one was a 2, it would make that out. What's wrong with that? I think this one can still be a 2, right? But this one definitely can't be. But now if I just stick another 2 clue in this column, now the fact that this can't be a 2 because it would break the arrow is interesting. So we can do that clue now. And so now your observation about this not being able to be 2, owing to this whole debacle, forces this to be 2. Which is going to force those to be done, this to be done, this to be a 1. Let's see. Oh, that's blue. This is also blue now because of that being gray. That is now done. 1, 2. Okay. That all seems pretty nice. Okay. So is there some very nice sort of punctuation mark? This is the unique place a 4-way could go in this row. So this is like a, if there's, I guess it would have to be 2 4-ways would have to go there. That'd probably be too distracting to someone solving the puzzle earlier on. If this points up, it at least makes it not a straight. Let's see. This points left, it makes that a 1 immediately. Yeah, if this points left, it makes that a 1 immediately. If I make this point up, can we do anything? I was hoping if I made this point up, it would have to mean that that was also out, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Isabella suggests left arrow in row 7, column 7. Let's see. Isabella suggests this arrow. So this couldn't be 2. Oops. I'm doing the whole wrong mode thing. Couldn't be 2. Couldn't be 4. Yeah, I don't know that it immediately does a lot. I wanted to try up arrow here, see what happens. So if this is a 1, not a 1. Because if it's a 1, it has a 1 next to it, right? It's never a 1. If it's a 2, it makes both of these 3s, I guess. If it's a 3, it makes both of these 2s. Uh, I mean, I could just put a 4 here, I guess. Yeah, those two are the same regardless. I could just make this just put a 4 clue here. It won't seem that weird. Uh, and yeah, they're always the same, right? But a 4 clue here will just say that this needs to split. Uh, see, if these two are always the same, could I possibly use a cute arrow connecting them? Uh, like a rightward pointing arrow here. It would tell me this isn't a 2. I think that does work, actually. I think if I make this a rightward pointing arrow, I think that does the thing I want. Uh, because if I say that this points this way, it certainly tells me this isn't a straight. So this has got to be a 1 or a 3. And so this is also a 1 or a 3. Now this is never a 3. Because of that. Oh, but this could just be a 2, right? Yeah, 1 and 3 both go up, right? I think this did not actually. Oops. I think this did not actually resolve my my thing. At least not immediately. Yeah, I see Isabella's idea. I was toying with this for a second, and then I'll look at Isabella's suggestion. Uh, uh, yeah, I was kind of hoping it would turn out these two had to be shaded, but I don't think that works out, tragically. Okay. Okay, so Isabella's suggestion is just to put 1 straight in this row. And so, therefore, that 1 is done. So, therefore, this is never straight. Uh, ah! And this always goes right because we've used all of our straights. Oh, but then it does. Then I don't get the zeros. That's sad. But yeah, you're right. The now this can't be 0 because if it is, then I get another 0, and then that makes me a straight line. Uh, resolves in the way that pleases me less, but it does resolve. Okay, so now this comes up over here. Like that. Uh, okay, and so now there has to be, yeah, I guess the up clue here ends up not saying very much because there end up not being other three ways over there anyway. Uh, Let me see if I can find a way to make it the other way. Uh, uh, so I'd like this to resolve to be 0, uh, rather than not to be 0. Uh, let's see, row 3, column 6, down arrow. Yeah, that's definitely, if we have to disambiguate this from above instead of from below, that's definitely a plausible way to do it. Uh, yeah, I mean, I like having something like a 4 here, just to force that. And now we can make it so that this is a 2 lines instead of a 3 lines. I think will lead to the prettier grid. Because if this were gray, there would be 3 lines. And so we'll make it so there's 2 lines. So instead, that's the gray that this points to. And then these are both in. And then we're forced... Oops. Dagnammit. Visit... There we go. Okay. So yeah, so that can't be gray because it makes 3 lines in this row. So now it is, sorry, I'm doing it again. I'm about to literally redo the same thing. So now that's gray. This isn't. And so that gets us through here at least. That's done. That maybe didn't resolve as much as I'd have hoped. I was thinking that was going to force this and this to go through that way, but it doesn't actually, because I can still have more grays, and it doesn't really detract from the world as it currently sits. Unless I like throw a left arrow here or something. Probably do it, but 5, column 7, left. Isn't that just broken because it can't be a corner and it can't be gray? Unless I'm not in row 5, column 7. It can't be a corner because it has a corner immediately above it. You know, it's interesting, actually. We specifically were looking at arrows that could be ties, but we have no arrows in our current puzzle that are ties. So I think if this points up, I think that might do everything. Or break, one of those. But if this points up, it's definitely not a corner, so it's definitely a 3-way, which forces that. Now this... Oh, crap, that can be a 3-way. But this can't, for sure, at least. And so then that comes up like that, and we get that and that. And so, yeah, that does leave like a quote-unquote deadly pattern that we can resolve basically with any clue in the entire world. I was hoping it would just do everything on its own. It doesn't quite do everything on its own. I'm trying to debate which of the which of the ways we could resolve this is best. Oh, I do like that one from AFK, just having this point down, which is, I think, the same one Emma was suggesting earlier on a slightly different grid. Or maybe just to be slightly more connected to the end of the puzzle, maybe this up, I think, does the same thing. Where the point is, if this becomes a 3-way, then it makes that also a 3-way, and so the arrow is wrong. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry, that doesn't work. Yes, you're right. That one does not work. Good point. Good point. That's just broken. Yes, that is very true. Yeah, I was looking at like this down. Just write the count of anything in either of these two columns, and it would also do it. I do agree this down works just fine. I don't think it's going to... Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yeah, this down works. I was hoping for something a little bit lower in the puzzle, just because I'm slightly afraid of what that's going to do, but this still works and is still cute because, yeah, I think row 3, column 6 down works just fine. Because it says, hey, this thing can't be a T, or it puts a T next to it. So it's done. Oops. So it's done, which means that's done. But now it needs to see a corner below it, so that's got to stay a corner. So now that's done. And there we go. I think that is something like a puzzle. Let me take a quick stretch and we can try testing it and see if we can successfully solve the puzzle that I think we have just made. URL for editing, copy. Okay, here's the editing URL. Just if anyone is curious, I will pin it. Replace pinned message. I will also send it to myself. I will take a quick stretch, and then shortly after stretching, I will come back and we will test solve the puzzle. And it should be fun times, and I have a ping randomly in a channel, but then it went away. If row 3, column 6 was a T, the T it would have put a T to its left, and then the arrow would have been incomplete, was the problem. Maybe before I go, I should double check that all of the arrows are actually true. Let's just go row by row. So the nearest corner is that one. True. The nearest straight is that one. The nearest straight is that one. The nearest four-way is... That's not what you saw when you originally said it was cute. That's funny. Yes, the nearest four-way is there. The nearest corner is there. The nearest corner is there. The nearest straight line, and indeed the only one it sees, is there. The nearest corner is there. There's a very wide variety in how far away the nearest thing is. Those actually point at each other. These actually point at each other and are okay. This is saying the nearest T is in that direction, which it is. And this is saying the nearest gray is that direction. Okay. At least our solved thing, I think, actually is a solution to the claimed puzzle. There are 4 corners down here. There are 2 straight lines there. Just checking the other clues while I'm at it before it turns out the puzzle's broken. There's 1 T, 3 corners. 1 four-way, 2 four-ways, 2 corners, 4 T's, 3 corners, 2 straights, 2 straights. Now, I do think this fails KNT's test for U-Bahn, which is that every U-Bahn should have an unclude four-way. Oh, no, this is an unclude four-way. We've got an unclude four-way, so we succeed. KNT will love it. Technically, I suppose you could argue it's clued by that. It's at least not clued by the global clues. All right, I'm going to take a quick stretch, and I'll be back, and we'll throw this over in Sudoku Pad, and we'll give it a test. Be right back. Um, hello? Let's see. Why did that not work? Uh, can... Hmm. I can't even find the place where it's supposed to let me put in a window. Oh, there we go. I bet it's this. Untitled by unknown, yes. Okay, there we go. Okay. So let us attempt to test this and see if we can succeed. Uh, so we've got a bunch of errors. I have not attempted to even write the rules because honestly, that's going to be a little bit painful. But we've got a puzzle. You can see the puzzle. So our intended thing to notice here was that this column has lots of stuff. Is there anything you can get just by looking at arrows, like that these two arrows point at each other? I don't think that tells you that these have to be the same or anything. It's like this could be the same as that one, for example, or this could be the same as that one. But then it would be different from that one. I don't think you get any like really nice coloring stuff on the arrows, like that any two arrows immediately have to be the same or anything like that. So the place I envisioned people would start would be by noting that we've got a 6 long string in this column, and so you definitely need all of that involved in my string to get through this column, because if you don't have it, then you run into an instant issue of you can't fit 4 T's in this column, which is admittedly a lot of T's. And so then that locks in immediately on this arrow as saying this arrow can't actually be a T. Because if this arrow were a T, the arrow would put a second T in this row, and there can't be a second T in this row. So this is in fact a straight line, which then extends the line one more in each direction because we've got a thing that doesn't fit. And ergo, now this arrow can't be omitted, because if this arrow is omitted, then that would also be omitted, and now we would only have room for 3 T's, and we don't have 3 T's, we have 4, so we have to do that. And now I can't make this the corner, because if I make that the corner, it becomes impossible to put the second corner in row 1, which definitely needs one. So, in fact, all of that is given. Okay, so we've got that going on. By the way, neither of these are both automatically. I mean, I guess now I didn't even have to mark that both of these had to be 3 ways, because actually, if I just sort of skip that step, I actually get that all of these are 3 ways just by filling into the column. I could have marked it, but I didn't. Not red, thank you. Green, please. Oh, this is also green. Row 4, column 1 couldn't be a corner because then you could not fit 4 T's into the column, given that there's only 2 corners in the column. So I can only fit 3 T's below it, or 2 T's above it, actually. So it can't be a corner because of that combination of clues. I am open to disagreements if I'm wrong, but that's why I think it's true. Uh, so all of these are twos or threes, and Isabella's beautiful spot was, invisible givens attack. Yes, invisible givens do that. Uh, so yeah, so these can't be a 2-3 pair because then this would be nothing. So these are the same thing. They can be ketchuped. Uh, but then we have where are we putting our 2 4-ways in this row? Uh, oh, I guess maybe I can't do this yet. Can I? Uh, right. Sorry, these are ketchups. Right. That's the point. Is that these are also ketchup, right? Uh, because these two are ketchup, and so therefore these two are ketchup, right? Ketchup sees ketchup, right. Okay, there we go. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, what do I miss? What am I missing? Okay, and so therefore, I cannot get 2 4-ways in this row without putting a 4-way in one of these 3, and these are all the not ketchup ones. So not ketchup is 3, and ketchup is 2. Is the upshot of that. So these are, in fact, done. And these are 3-ways because of that. And so they are done. This is assuredly in the network. These are both in the network. We can get rid of our ketchuping and all of these numbers now. 2-way, 4-ways force that. Let me show you. Because of... So, so there's a none ketchup 2-3. These are all the none ketchup 2-3s. If the none ketchup 2-3s were 2s, then I could not put 4s in any of these 5 cells, and I couldn't put 4s there or there either because they're on the edge. So if X were 2 instead of 3, the only place I could put a 4 in the row would be this one, so I could not put 2 of them. Okay, so these are 2s and they're done. I appreciate the people checking up on the logic. So those are 3s and they're done. Because I would like the puzzle to be correct. And in the best of circumstances, the puzzle will be correct. So we've got those. This can still be 2 or 3. This can't be 3 because it's got a 3 right above it. So this has instantly become a 4 thanks to the power of arrow. And so in particular, we know that there's a second 4 in this row. This is where I had trouble counting to 2. And that second 4 is at most 3 away. So that means one of these 2 has to be the closest 4. So one of these 2 is definitely a 4, which forces that combination. Now, I think now I have to do and this is backwards of the way we said it, but I think I now have to think about column 2 because I don't think there's anything too weird if I don't think about column 2 and the 3 4-ways that have to go into column 2. It's possible I could sort of like fall backwards over into this, but can look at these can't both be 4 because of this arrow. So at least one of these is 4. Sorry, at least 2 of these are 4. But these 3 can't all be 4 either. So one of these is 4, right? So exactly one of these is 4 is the key takeaway from these arrows, I believe. Because if 0 of these are 4, all 3 of these are 4s, and that arrow is a blatant liar. If both of these are 4s, that arrow lies. So therefore, my distribution is 2 of these and 1 of these. And so therefore, we can sort of fill in our bit there like that. And 2 of these are 4s. And so whichever 2 it is, I need those lines as well. Okay, and so now we can resolve this probably either way if we want. Yeah, it can't be both of those, so it's always this one. Yeah, that's a good point. So we can always do that. Yep, agree. Never row 5 because of the arrow, right? If this is a 4-way, then the nearest one is that way. So this is not the 4-way. This is the 4-way. Okay. And let's see. Can we get around the bizarre X-wing on 4-ways that happens here? Because basically the point I intended is if either of these 2 is a 4-way, then it makes both of these 4-ways. Because of the combination of what we know about 4-ways in the row and the column. And I can't have 2 4-ways in row 3. And you can think about it as saying, this isn't the 4-way, or neither of these is a 4-way, whichever way you want to think about it. My intention here was to say, I can't, in fact, actually make one of these the 4-way, so this has to be the 4-way. That was my... could look at the arrow and row count to declare it. Say that's 1, 2, because near uses all 3 4-ways. Even if it's that one. But using all 3 4-ways isn't immediately a problem, right? It's only a problem that we end up using 2 in this row. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So that's the... Right, sorry. I see what you mean by the close one now, right. If either of these is a 4-way, then I've used all 3 4-ways in these 2 rows. Okay, yeah, that is a similar way of thinking about it. So then that doesn't have any, and that does not work. So yeah, so that works, yeah. So I think this is a clean enough step for my taste. I don't think this is too fanciful to look at how the 4-way here is related to the 4-ways here. So anyway, the short version is neither of those is a 4-way, so this is, which then finishes both of those. Yeah, and I think it's very natural to ask questions about that. So now this is not a 4-way. Okay, and so now this thing is not a three-way or a four-way. And so it is only a corner, right? It's also not a it's also not a straight. This is only a corner. It has no other option for what it can be in its life, uh, which then has the bonus of making this now. Oh, sorry, right. This is not. This is also not a four-way, right? We have already established we know all the four ways. Uh, so yeah. So and now this is forced to be nothing. Uh, because if it were anything, it would be a corner, which is next to that. Now, right, this is also now, if you look at it, unable to be a three-way and unable to be a four-way because of the column. So yeah, so this arrow also is done. It can't grow to be anything else. This is now, again, a nothing as a dead end in the world. And so this cell over here now can't be a corner again because then this arrow would be lying. Which has the advantage that it places our one four-way intersection in this row. Namely, it places it here. So we get that. Oh, by the way, this is also finished. So we can continue this, and we can mark that as finished. Okay, so we've got all of our four ways in both of these places. We should recall we've got all of our four ways there. Okay, I don't think we can do much with that yet. Okay, so are we supposed to ask about where this three-way is going? Right, if this doesn't go down, then that's definitely a problem. I agree. Okay, and I do have to keep in mind these two are never corners. This one's certainly not a four, at the very least, just because of the proximity to that arrow. This I know is in. Right, row 3, column 6 is actually resolved right now. Right, because of the it can't be a T because it would point the wrong way. So actually these two, I don't think it's going to do anything, but these two that we were the last thing we resolved in the setting, I think are now just resolved at this point in the puzzle. Okay, we do still need a straight in this row. So we know this can't be a three-way, and we know the three-way is vertical and not horizontal. So neither of those can be a three-way. That can't be the three-way. So one of these three is the three-way that's vertical. That's funny. It's not this one for like two different reasons. Let's see. Oh, right. This is a four-way. Right. That was the whole point of this whole discussion was now this is not the closest four-way, so now that has to be the closest four-way. Okay, I was like, wait a second. It feels like suddenly I'm stuck, but I'm just not using the clues. You should use the clues. Okay. Now, there's two horizontal segments in this row, Ergo, I can't connect these, or there will definitely only be one horizontal segment in the row. And in fact, also, I know that connects that way. And now I ask where the straight goes in this row that is pointed to by this, and it's actually placed by madness. Okay, so this is now a 2 or a 3. This is never a 4 anymore. Okay, where's my 3? It's either there or there. It's not there. So this is only a 1. Yeah, this is only ever a 1. And if it's a 1 that connects down, it's a problem. So this is a 1 that connects up always. And this is just out of the world because it would be a 1 and it can't be. Okay. And this isn't a corner, so it's now the T. Sorry, this could be a corner. Sorry, never mind. Sorry, this could be a corner. One of these two is a corner. Sorry, that one actually has a thing pointing at it. And so now this 2 in this column now forces that to be my my second thing in that column. So that's done. There we go. And so now this has a corner that is 2 away from it, so this needs to be the corner that is closest. Which now makes this the 3-way, because we've now got our 3 corners. Okay, those are both done. Row 5, column 4, I'm being told, is not 2 by the arrow, right? It is not 2 by the arrow. It's got a 2 right above it. So this is either a 3 or a 0. But it being a 3 doesn't work, because if it's a 3, I could even sort of maybe make this easier by noting this thing always connects down. If this is a 3, that's a 3, and the arrow is wrong. So this is a nothing. Which means that there is a nothing down below it. This is, in fact, a 2. Right. And the nothing above it forces there to be a nothing below it, because the nothing below it is closer, right, than the nothing above it. And this is now a 0 or 2, because it points at only 0s and 2s somehow. Okay, there's only one more 2 in this row for whatever that is worth. There are 2 straights over here. We know where one of them is. Okay, so this is also a 0 or a 2, because of the fact that this is a 0 or a 2, basically. And that gets us this little helper x. Right, and so this can't be a 2, is the point. If this is a 2, then that's a 2, and that's too many 2s in here. And so, yeah, so as Ron says, where is the last straight? It's not there, it's here. And so we can fill in that this is my 2, and this is my 0. And this is also a 2. Which resolves this stuff over here. Okay, and we can't connect these. So if I write down what this can be, well, it's not a 4, but it's also not a 2 or a 3, because a 2 or a 3 would connect everything and leave too many things over here that it can't. I can't get the corners. But this being a corner doesn't work because one of these is definitely a corner. And so this, in fact, can only be a 0. Yeah, one would have an illegal friend. So we've got that. Okay, so now this being straight makes this being out makes 3 straights in the row, whereas we only get 2. So this is in, and now that has to be out because otherwise this arrow is sad, and we don't want to make the arrow sad. So we can connect those like that. This needs to be a 3-way because if it's not, then we have problems. Okay, and this 3-way certainly needs to not see another 3-way here, because if it does, that's definitely closer. So this comes up like... why which one? Why can't this be a corner? Because it doesn't point down. Was that the why? Admittedly, these clues are perhaps not the easiest to scan. Oops. Okay, but now this can't be a 3-way, or it would be the nearest 3-way, which now makes this just a naked corner. And this a naked corner. Hopefully we got our 2 of those. Yeah, we did. And we got our 2 of those for sure. And now we just have to make sure that this corner sees another corner, which means that's done, and that's done. I like it. That seems reasonable, and we did that in 30 minutes or less. So that seems all reasonable. I suspect that KNT will say it is a 1-star Ubon, but hey, it is a Ubon. I like the arrows. I'm surprised we never ended up using arrows that pointed in more directions. That was a surprise to me. We probably could have if we tried hard enough, but it did not occur to me. Like, I guess you could use an arrow that points in 2 directions to, like, use the fact, like, if you knew that these were both straights, you could use an arrow to, like, fling a straight way down there or something, if you wanted to use sort of an arrow in 2 directions. Alrighty, though. That is going to be all for stream today. I will try and get this all sort of like written up on LMD with an example or something, so that we can have a look. Or who knows, maybe this will be the example puzzle. But I enjoyed that. Thank you, everyone, for your help. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out while we figured out all of this. Where is my... doohickey sheet? Oh, it's over there. It fell on the floor. Ha ha ha. 1 second. I found my doohickey sheet. Thank you to all the supporters. I do really appreciate everyone and all the kind comments. We've been getting a lot of comments on the blueprints videos, so I've been enjoying those. Tristan had his head in his hands a lot, sobbing about the latest blueprints debacles that I have been through, and being like, you should have taken this room. You should have taken this room. You could have had the thing if you'd have just done the thing. No, you have the ID card, etc., etc. So you could look forward to pointing all of the nightmares that I have made Uh, but that's going to be all for today's stream. Thank you to all the supporters, and thank you to all the turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Tyson. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all real soon. Bye for now.